been stranded for who knows how long with these scroungers around. See, you're a practiced hunter. Took you less time to kill those scroungers than vanguards to kill one bristleback.
So the vanguards came through here?
Yeah, just a bit ago. Down that bristleback, headed south. Then those scroungers showed up to carve the carcass, as they do. Then another bristleback ran through. I'm telling you, it's crazy around here.
So the vanguard went south?
Probably. This whole valley's swarming with them. The vanguard seemed dead set on getting rid of them.
I see.
Hold on there, Red. If you're gonna go chasing across the dawn, you're gonna want a tripcaster. Not just any tripcaster. One of my make. Free of charge.
Workmanship looks solid enough.
Yep. Been tweaking the design since I left Chain Scrape. More room to tinker out here and less chance of, accidents.
Did something happen in Chain Scrape? Let me guess.
Back when I had a place in town, he took a real interest in my work. Kept pressing for the Ulvin discounts. I said no, I can't prove it, but that Chuff Bucket set my workshop on. Felt it best to put some distance between us after that.
Cable car operator told me the bristlebacks just appeared yesterday. Do you know anything about them?
How is old Karn? Back in the day, me and him got an awesome... There was this one time that...
Anything about the bristleback?
No. Karn said true. Just showed up and ran amok. Lucky for me, I got you and the Vanguard swooping in time to time to save me.
I should get going.
While you're blasting bristlebacks, I think I'll head down to the hunting grounds. Did you know they have a tripcaster trial? Come on.
Maybe. After I get things square and head south. I should be able to pick up his tracks with my focus. Tracks. Maybe Aaron's and the Vanguards. It's a ruin from the old world. I could find something interesting inside. Okay, what do we have in here? It'd take a lot of acid to bring it down.
Mighty thankful to you, Savior.
Just Aloy is fine.
Erin mentioned you're not one for fancy titles.
You're Venom.
Well, here to escort Wadis's delegate behind to the embassy.
If we can get rid of these bristlebacks.
Captain said to keep an eye on Chainscrape, then these ugly lugs showed up.
Gave the first one a good beating.
But didn't quite have time to roll out of the way when it fell.
Told you it wasn't a good idea to eat that much before heading out.
I should probably get going.
Now, if you see any more of these bristlebacks,
Make sure to roll out of their way.
Might want to take some of these with you as well. They're handy in a pinch.
Thanks.
Stay safe, Aloy.
Great. This should be useful. I think I've hit a snag. Okay, gotta find a key for the door. There's more of the ruin down here. Where to now? What down there? Oh, I can't reach the ledge above now. Guess I'll have to find another way up. Got some data here. There's a code for the locked door in this data. But I still need to find a key module. There. Looks like this needs a code, too. I think some of the data I picked up might help. That didn't work. That's it. I don't think so. What is this thing? Guess I'll figure out what to do. Someone's playing a fight.
Just a hammer! Just a fight! Aloy?
Erend!
canisters on their backs. It should trigger a chain reaction if I hit them with acid arrows. Canisters on their backs. It should trigger a chain reaction if I hit them with acid arrows. Acid canisters on their backs. It should trigger a chain reaction if I hit them with acid arrows.
Caught me at my best, as usual.
Well, you did the hard part. I just took care of the stragglers. How bad is it?
This, who needs ribs? Oh, I'm good. Okay, well, I know you didn't come all the way to the dump just to watch me get wrecked. So what's the story?
I need the embassy to happen, so I can head west. Errand, what I did at the Spire, what we did, it didn't end the threat. It just slowed it down. There's still more to do.
Really? Well, that's great. I mean, not the threats that over part of this massive thing. But hey, whatever you're up against, your spear, my hammer, just like old times.
Errand, I need the embassy now. I can't wait for you to heal.
Couple of days rest, if that.
Actually, even if you weren't hurt, what I have to do is... It's better if I do it alone.
Alone. That figures.
Errand! I hate to interrupt the romance, but I'm pretty banged up here.
Don't blow your blaze, I'm coming. This just keeps getting better. Listen, I'll go to Barren Light, get patched up. If you want this embassy to happen, we're gonna need this sun priest, Studius Wadis.
Oh, I know him. I'll clear the Valley of Bristlebacks, then send Wadis to Barrowlight. I'll catch up with you there.
Well, I guess that's sort of like a goodbye.
I'm sorry?
You? Sorry?
Where is this coming from?
Hey, just, forget it, yeah.
It sounds like something.
Alright, fine. Now, after the Battle of the Spire, you took off. You left without so much as a handshake. I mean, people like me, we fought and bled at your side, eh? While you just, what kind of person does?
Errand, I left when I did, how I did, for a reason. A good one.
Oh, thanks for sharing.
Listen to me. Life on Earth is in danger and
What
only...
are you talking about?
Exactly what I just said. Everything fix a piece of technology created by the...
Well,
Errand! What a fool.
I guess that's my cue.
Maybe I should go with you to Barrowlight.
No, hey, you're gonna need it elsewhere, obviously. You'll have to handle that one. Alone, slowly.
What are those Austrians doing out here?
Quick! Gotta scrap them before the Scroungers get them.
Charging right at them.
Good luck for the scrap pile. Your help is timed, Nora.
Just get back to Chainscrape before you get yourselves killed.
Not with all this salvage flying about. Come on, crew. Back to it.
story Fearless mentioned. Looks like the Ostrom decided to fight.
yours doing out here, but consider yourself old. We tried to hold off and wait for the vanguard, but one of them bristlebacks charged us. Next thing you know, it was a full-fledged fracas.
Is everyone okay?
We lost some good people, but we would have lost the whole corps.
At least it's quiet.
Your ears ought to be ringing with a corps, but chain scrape's whistle ain't blowing, so we're stuck picking up the people.
You need the whistle to get back to work?
Me and my crew just roll hogs out here. Can't lift a hammer till Olin blows that thing. Cause if we work without his say-so, my people have been through enough.
Olin holds that.
He's got the money and connections to snuff out. Almost feels like we stood a better chance with the bristlebacks.
What are you and your crew working on?
We're supposed to be working Olvin's claim, digging out stone to shore a barren light. But the work stoppage and the bristlebacks cut us short. Never seen those blasted things in a thought before. Where in Forge Fire did they come from?
I'm not sure. At least not yet. I need to get going.
Thanks to you, that might actually be possible.
I think I've cleared out most of the bristlebacks. Chain Scrape can get back to work now. I'll go give Olvin the good news. Voorhees too. Then maybe the embassy can finally happen. An image from the old world. Looks like some kind of logo in front of the ship. Close. The image is incomplete. Maybe if I line it up exactly with where it was taken, focus can fill the rest. I've been made. I'll stay in the right way and try again. Time to get Ulfin to blow the whistle, then what do you do?
Still here, Titan.
I cleared out all the bristle.
Oh, you did?
Now that you've recovered from your shock, time will...
Hey, not so fast. I'll have to send someone out to confirm the kills. Shouldn't take more than a day.
No. You believe...
These are innocent Osram lives we're talking about.
Either you do it now, or...
I knew you could do it! Friends, gather around. The savior of Meridian has done it again. You, sound the whistle. Chainscrape is open for business!
And Ulvund has agreed to personally pay every worker their lost wages.
Yeah!
That's more like it!
Yeah! Woo!
Haha!
Yeah! Yeah! Don't you have an embassy to get to?
Yeah.
Anyone see where I put my drink? Anyone? Anyone? Oh, there it is. If I were a sober man, I would salute you. Or am I exactly where I'm...
Brought out only the good stuff for you, seeing as you got that whistle blowing.
Hey, I've been waiting to get my lucky hammer fixed for days.
You haven't done anything useful like getting rid of any bristlebacks, though, have you? Take your time. I promise you won't be disappointed. Come back anytime.
Now can I get this fixed?
I can fix your tools. Afraid there's no fixing you.
Red hair is a sign of genius, you know? Fate has brought us together yet again.
Took you long enough.
Backlog rules, so...
Oh, hi!
Shut up!
I'll have you know, I am the smartest man to ever stand.
just gonna stand there?
Can't go to work with a broken hammer.
Why don't you put that Captain Morgan on and say that again?
You can always get a new one, you know?
You can't just replace a lucky hammer.
Ignoring me again?
Sister?
Didn't forget your tools today, did you?
Now the Chance Scrape's back to work. Merchants should be open to trade. I should see if they have anything useful before I send Wadis off to Barrenwood.
Fair enough. And next time, tie my boots.
The way to Barren Light is clear. Get moving.
You're not errant vanguardsman. I will move only when the captain
Include
said.
all the bristlebacks, which I have. Captain's orders.
So they're okay.
Banged up, but breathing. And waiting up ahead for you.
But I was supposed to have 3 escorts.
I'm off to Barren Light, Wadis. Like Aloy said, Captain's orders. You can stay here.
Abandoned to the riffraff? I think not.
Guess you're coming with me then. See you there, Aloy.
Well, now that that's done, the embassy can finally get underway. if I can get through it. I'll be able to track down Silence. Hades. Maybe even a Gaia backup. Guess I could head straight for Barren Lights. Or poke around the Daunt some more first. And maybe take Petra up on that drink.
I've heard of your adventures. My armor can help.
This here hammer got a scrapper off my back first gig out of the plane. Never go anywhere without
it. Outfit, armor.
Yeah, you. Hope to catch you soon.
Stealth, power, and protection.
Hey,
what will
I
you
thought
choose?
you'd left by now. Why? We'll talk soon.
Armor is my trade.
Scott's throwing a party for himself. I'm going back to working on it.
Almost ready to go?
I've heard of your adventures. My armor can help.
Not again.
Come for that beer after all, eh? Here, sit down. Get a pint. Wasn't expecting you to.
Since when do I do what's expected?
There's the fire and spit. That's a blast from. Won't fix the forge, but at least I can forget about my troubles for.
Like what?
Well, things aren't as bad since you got this place running. But we still got Olvin grating the gears about his concession.
If you don't put that down, I'll come over there and show you how that game.
Anyway. Right now, I'm just worried about those refugees out from Sun to come all this way and during forged
Shadowcarja refugees. What are they doing in the Daunt?
For a new home, I gather. They're camped out by an old trailhead, southwest of here. And therein lies the problem. A Stormbird crashed up on the cliffs last week, and Talon Cleanbrokers had his eye on the salvage ever since. But the refugees have barred entrance. Mustn't interrupt their sun's forged ritual. Something about finding a twilight path.
Oh. Never heard them talk about that before.
Yeah, well, these particular Shadowcarja are an odd bunch, but overall they're peaceful folk. Not that it matters to Talent. He'll crack some heads to get to that salve, and maybe you could swing by, convince him to set up.
What else can you tell me about the Shadowcarja?
Well, they don't call themselves Shadowcarja, at least not anymore. They're some other brand of sun-crazed. But whatever side of the sun they're on, they're peaceful through and don't seem to want for nothing except a place to live, pray, and just enough food to keep.
So they're just camped outside by a walking entry to a wrecked Stormbird, waiting for what exactly?
Don't really know, but I'll tell you this. Should they ever wise up and salvage it, a Stormbird heart is worth a lot. And if they get there first, then by Ostrom law, it's theirs. Not that Tolan Cleanbrokers ever lost sleep over any law-breaking.
Who is this tall...
Just some chuff-huffing pondsman. Got a shop here in town. Lived in Chainscrape since there was a... He and Olvin go back a ways. Like a pair of coals and a campfire those...
So Talon works for Olvin?
Olvin might think so. But Talon's... And he ain't the type to let a few refugees get between him and...
So about Olvin.
Around here, everything's about Olvin.
How'd he end up in charge?
He got here early, like a squirrel, smelling of... He knew rebuilding barren land would need stone and tip, so he jangled purses all over Main Street, getting investors to front claims on anything in the Daunt that might be. Thing is, all the bankers back home know that this is Car, and the Sun King can revoke those claims, and that's why he's desperate for the magistrate to sign off on a concession.
This concession decree, what is it?
It's big deal, that's...
A writ that would put all Osram claims in the Daunt under Osram law, even though they're on Carja land. It would mean that any existing ore, stone, and timber claims couldn't be revoked by the Carja. No more risk, no more hesitation for investors back in the claim to pour in the shards and expand their business. And since Olvind has a stake in all those claims, it would make him richer than a scrapper in a junk heap. Not to mention Chainscrape would become an Osram municipality, so he could buy enough votes to call himself an elderman. He's a sly old badger, I'll give him that. Figures if he keeps up the pressure, eventually the magistrate will sign.
I thought you'd be back in fall.
After the big battle at Meridian, but realized it was running smooth. Heard about the rebuilding out at Barrenlight. Figured they could use another. Been scraping by.
You could always leave.
And go back east? Nah. Besides, someone's gotta be a squeaky wheel for the workers around.
So the bristlebacks. Where did they come from?
That's the thing. They just showed up one day, rampaging around the valley like they lost some good people. But bless the bellows, you cleared them out and got this place. Well, that put a dent in Olvin's. Now, if only there was some way to smash them all together and run them.
But how could bristlebacks and the Daunt help Olvin?
2 words. Concession decree. Since no one knows where the bristlebacks came, Olvin has taken to blaming the Karja for him. He's hoping to dig up enough old resentments to get a strike going until the concessions. This is just his latest attempt. He's been trying to rile up the workers since the day he rolled into town.
And people actually believe him?
Lots of folks suffered at the hands of the Mad King during the Red Raid. Give him half a reason, they'll blame the Karja for anything.
Damn Karja slavers.
Well, if I'm up that way, I'll talk to the refugees. Try to convince them to move.
Much appreciated. They have it rough. Don't need tall.
Petra said Tolland has a shop here in Chainscrape. I could have a word with him first.
To the clay! And 3 clays for our chef Mulder! I'm telling you, I saw a super whole bunch of machines.
I'm sorry, I'll be right with you. Okay, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying it's overkill.
It's a weapon! Kill is the point.
Not if it blows the user's arm off! Just stop talking. Where are we? So, you look like someone who's always searching for a new weapon. Am I right?
Actually,
But you're just nuts! I'm with a customer!
I'm not a customer.
I got it! Triple the powder. It'll blow a Strider sky high. Ba-boom! One-shot kill. Guaranteed.
Maybe I am.
Then you are in the right place at the right time, Red! How would you like to be the proud owner of the world's first machine-enhanced,
Explosive, done in one, machine wrecking,
yet perfectly safe, javelin thrower?
Are you two from around here?
Nah, the dad sent us out west in search of some unknown opportunity. Said we'll know it when we see it.
Sounds like you had other ideas.
Let's just say that opening another trading post for my parents isn't how I want to make my mark in this world. I imagine traveling alone must be nice.
So she's your partner?
My apprentice and my sister. She's why there was an incident.
Involving explosives?
Ba-boom! And Dad's precious homebrew. He shipped us out the next day.
Huh. Tell me more about this.
I saw us rolling out as a kid by some Karja scholar who wandered out. Had a scary drawing of a Tenakth warrior hunting with a kind of... Effective? Yes. Basic? Undoubtedly. But coming out here made me remember it. And I'm on the brink of vastly improving the tool's archaic design.
Whereas I will perfect it.
I can use machine parts to enhance the user's throw, increase the projectile's velocity. Well, Boomer here is adamant that enhancing the projectile is better. Mainly with explosive tips.
Boomsticks.
Why not both?
That could work. I need the parts to make the first working model.
Well, for starters, I'll need charger horns. Intact.
Yeah, that. Just be sure to shoot them off before the machine goes down. Otherwise they break. But the real innovation, keep it to yourself, is a fang horn rig.
There's a mean one east of here. Blow it sky high.
Boomer! You get him for me. It's yours. My treat.
You have a deal. Could get around faster if I find a charger to override. Boomer said that Fanghorn should be nearby. Frost armor. Where's the thing? I'm gonna have to take it down to get its rib. Boomer said that Fanghorn should be nearby. This'll be over quick with frost ammo. There's the Fanghorn. Gonna have to take it down to get its rib. On it goes. Should be able to harvest its rib now. should be able to harvest its wood now. One more rib, and we just need the charger horns. got everything I need for Della and Boomer. Now, see if that weapon of theirs.
You're far from home, Nora.
I know that look. You got all the parts, haven't you?
Here you go.
Outstanding! I only need a few minutes to finish the prototype.
I'll take the version that won't blow my arms off. Thanks. Hi.
So did you blow up any machines to get the parts? Or any bandits?
You really like explosions, huh?
Here we go.
With the boomsticks?
Oh, you betcha.
Is it safe?
Probably.
Can I have one? No!
Cause we're gonna make you something even better.
Ba-boom!
treasures. I have to go on quiet so I don't spook the herd. Could look around for my focus. Try to match the vista image. Okay, let's try this lens of the bridge. Maybe it's the same one from the image. Got it! Completing the image unlocked a data. Looks like these vista points were made by Miriam Technologies. These instruments company. I wonder if I can find that in the wilds. Need to get data from the cauldron. Oh! Barren Light. The last part of the Sun Dome before the Forbidden West. And the Karaja Horn. Maybe that means the embassy's storming soon. Hey, what happened here?
What do you care?
Don't you?
As it happens, no. You know, I was already having a crappy day, and now these two idiots picked my shift to climb the damn mountain. Wouldn't be so bad if this one weren't so heavy.
Wait, 2 idiots?
Did I stutter? Yeah, 2. Heard another one shouting up top. Sounds like they got caught between sharp claws and a sharper fall.
Someone's in trouble. Aren't you gonna do something?
Self-inflicted. And I got my hands full with this one.
You're seriously not going to help?
You seriously are?
Someone's in trouble at the top of the cliff. I better get to climbing. Time to fight.
Get away from me, you bucket of balls! Get away from me, you bucket of balls! all!
Can't hook onto that. I live. My so-called bodyguard. It was hard to miss him.
Oh. Guess that's what I get for believing in the first chuff in the tap, a mountain climbing machine hunt. Ugh. At least I don't.
What are you doing up here?
That used to be a signal tower. The mechanism uses a special lens, which in some very specific circles is highly valuable. And since the Karja are planning on tearing them down, I was going to liberate the lens before it got destroyed. You get it for me, and the lens from the other towers. I'll make it very worth your while.
You said that was a signal.
In its day, it was a sight to see. All 6 of them, they used to warn folks that the Tanaks are coming. For whatever. As you can imagine, the Karja spared no expense. Hence, the fancy lens is in need of a new home before the towers are torn.
So...
I'm more what you'd call an opportunist with a good eye. Look, the Karja are gonna tear all. They see no value here. They're trying to make nice with the Tanak. See? Opportunist.
Tell that to your friend down there. I won't make you any promises. Same with any other towers.
Thank you.
Aloy.
Reyna. Well, Aloy, as soon as I'm up for it, I'll be going back to Barren Light to rest this ankle. But I'll stick around in case you want to get me that lens up this tower. No pressure. Just saying.
I'll see what I... Okay. I'm in. that's the signal device. So the metal detects the sun. Good lens. I can trade it with Brenda next time I see her.
Did you find the lens?
Maybe. If you...
Ha!
There you go.
Isn't that Here's a little something. Now, if you find any more of these, make sure...
You got it.
See you around.
With this machine for now. Alright, I should find whoever's in charge here. First, I could use the public with taking a look around too.
Savior, tell me, are you seeking passage into no man's land by any chance?
Maybe. I'm not the only one who wants to get those gates open. Here's Erend. Looks like he's had a few. Gentlemen.
That's our cue.
Taking the edge off?
Oh, the end of the world's coming. Now, let me guess. You're in a rush, right? So whatever you need.
How have things been?
Your silent departure. Helped Avad pick up the pieces after the battle with the Eclipse. And I took a month to bury Ursula in the clay. When I got back, I got the assignment to babysit Wadis on his way to the embassy. I thought that'd be a cakewalk, so of course things went sideways.
You got blindsided.
A couple more of these, maybe I'll leave it.
I better get going.
Right, now I'll have to do complicated... Hey, maybe just don't disappear.
No promises.
I guess what I'm really trying to say is...
I know where to find you.
Don't count on me. Be careful out there.
Savior, you're my last hope.
Conover. She's Meridian's savior, not yours.
It's just Aloy.
Please, no one will listen.
Really, Conover? Aloy's the one that defeated them. You're bothering her with this hogwash now?
Some of them must have fled west after the battle at daylight. I saw one of our sentries, Lorevic, sneaking off to meet with one. I tried to eavesdrop, but they spotted me. And then Lorevic tried to kill me.
Unfortunately, there's no hard evidence that connects Lorevic to the... And since Conover doesn't deny killing his fellow soldier, Nozar sentenced him to death.
What makes you so sure Larvik was working with the Eclipse?
I was too far to hear everything. But I heard them both say the word Eclipse.
It's not the most outlandish claim I've heard, but it's up there.
Crying Eclipse is a convenient way to dodge a death sentence.
If I have to die, so be it. But if we ignore this threat...
Tell me exactly.
Weeks ago, during a shift change, some trespassers slipped through the gate. By the time anyone noticed, they were halfway out the camp. Nozar didn't see the need to give chase. Let the Tenaks take care of this.
Nozar's not one to be sidetracked. He tightened up the patrol schedule, reprimanded the sentries, and everyone moved on.
But I couldn't stop thinking about it. None of us are care, meaning someone left it open on purpose. And Larvik, well, he's always grumbling about officers. But on this, he was too quiet. And after the incident, he started acting different. Jumpy. So when I spotted him sneaking out of the barracks after hours, I followed. I found him, arguing with a stranger. And when Larvik mentioned the Eclipse, I tried getting closer, but they hurt me. The stranger took off, and Larvik lunged at me with his knife. Instincts took over. Sentries heard the scuffle and found me standing over his body.
Why don't you believe him?
We combed the woods. Searched Larvik's bunk. Searched it again. Didn't look. Conover's a good man. I don't believe he murdered Larvik, but Nozar only listens to... And that fact is, Conover killed his fellow sentry.
No, but more Eclipse
And
are out
considering
there.
there's no evidence backing up this Eclipse, well, we can't question it. Nozar's on edge with the upcoming embassy. And hey, if you find a bunch of Eclipse soldiers hatching an evil plot in the woods, please do let us know.
The meeting you witnessed, did you...
No. But the clearing where they met is just east of here.
A dozen soldiers have already searched at Conover. There.
I can see things others can't. If the Eclipse are in the Daunt.
Thank you.
Don't get your hopes up, soldier.
You're back.
And I need to ask you something. I have to go.
Don't forget it.
Right.
Lighten up, Hayif.
Are you in charge around here?
Apologies, no. That would be Commander Nozar. I'm Lawan, the second in command. So, what...
I'm here for the embassy. And maybe now that Studious Wadis is here, we can finally get things...
Yes, the Sun Priest. Really seems to like his scroll. But the embassy remains delayed. Commander Nozar has signaled already, but the Tanakh marshals have yet to sound their horn.
Fine. Let me through the gates then. I have my own business with them.
I'm sure you do, but I'm afraid I can't. Commander's orders. Normally, the gates are open for any who dare to venture out. Asaram salvagers, a few especially brazen Karja, but no one's allowed in or out before an embassy. They'll reopen once the Tanakh are left.
Where is this Commander Nozar? If he's the one keeping the gates shut, I'll convince him to open.
I'll take you to him, but I have to. The commander isn't one to break protocol, especially when he's...
We'll see about that.
This way.
There's a lot of activity going on around here.
We'll not pour down this place during the Red Raids. 2 years of labor, We still have a long way to go. Our work stoppage and changed great things because of our rebuilding efforts. But I hear a certain Laura got them back to work.
I was just helping out.
Yeah, well, I'm sure all of you are thrilled. Stand aside, soldier.
Sir?
There's the commander. Brace yourself.
How are we to hold an embassy with a tribe that can't even govern their own people?
What more can you expect from barbarians?
Yes, the one who cleared the vapor.
We appreciate your service. At least we are ready for the...
Didn't you just give the signal?
Both sides must signal readiness until the... Yea, for as the...
Shut up. Why the delay?
There's a non-foreign tribe composed of 3. How many banners do you see?
You're just gonna wait? Go find out what's wrong.
Oh, this isn't some forgotten corner of the East where you come from. It's the Forbidden West. If you don't like it, run back to Meridian, file a complaint.
The Meridian I saved, you mean?
That's right. Nobody walks to the gate until the third clan arrives and the Tanakh horn has sounded. Not even the savior of Meridian.
Lucky for you, the savior of Meridian still has a few things she wants to take care of. Maybe worth another look around the Daunt before the embassy.
Shop's closed to those bristlebacks are down.
Give it a try at least. This must be the clearing where Conover says he saw the eclipse. Blood stains. Surprised as not as any. Looks like trouble. Clever one. Pretty sure this is where Conover killed that guard. Maybe my focus can tell me if there really was a third person here. Faint tracks leading away from Barren Light. I should be able to follow them with my focus. Let's see where this leads. Maybe Conover wasn't lying after all. Lost the trail. There's too many machines walking around. Maybe I can pick up the tracks once I'm past them. The trail ends here. Must have climbed up to that cave. With that injury, I'll bet he's on his last legs. This looks like a good place for someone to hide.
We'll just have to blast our way through the gate. And then, Zodiac is our only way to there. And now he's dead too.
We'll track Zed if we have to. But first we have to get past Baron Mike. Next change of guard, we go in fast and loud.
Almost right. I have to stop them before they hurt anyone else.
If it weren't for that cursed Nora, Sunder would be ours.
Damn, they saw me. I'm sure there's more than inside. Be careful.
There! Get over there! Throwing fire!
there's more eclipse beyond the Daunt. If this Rayard is the only road to them, we might have a focus. They could tell me where they are. You can see it's Rayard. I was right. Rayard has a focus.
Loyal Eclipse, if you're seeing this, it means you've left the Sundom in search of something to follow. Your journey is almost over. Follow the sun beyond the gates of barren light, and bask in the glow of future conquest. A new empire awaits.
I'll have to pay this Vezra a visit and crush his new Eclipse empire before it begins. There's coordinates here, out past Barren Light. Ryad's mask should be enough to prove Conover's innocence. I'm gonna take it back to Barren Light. When we fought the Eclipse back in Meridian, I thought that'd be the end of it. Guess I was wrong.
Sir?
Here's Erend. Looks like he's had a few.
Look alive, soldier. She's back.
Aloy! Did you find anything?
Eclipse fugitives were camped out on the other side of the forest. And they were getting ready to fight their way through Barren Light. You just helped save a lot of lives.
Aloy, you know I believe you. But Nozar, he might not be convinced by your words alone.
If he needs proof, show him that. And tell him the man he's gotten locked up risked his life to expose and eliminate an Eclipse spy.
Huh. I guess you are his savior. Congratulations, soldier. You're a free man. I'll have you out of there before sunfall. I'll make sure this gets to Nozar.
That's it then. The end of the Eclipse.
Almost. The trespassers you mentioned, the ones who got through Barren Light weeks ago, their leader's dangerous. And he's out there, in the Forbidden West, building up an army.
Sun and Shadow, you're going out there to stop him, aren't you?
I'm gonna try.
I want to help. I can fight.
I know you can. You've been through a lot. Once you're out of that cell, you should enjoy your freedom. You've earned it.
Take them out, Savior.
Your impatience does not hasten it.
Only our annoyance.
Well, thanks, but I've waited long enough. It's time to go.
Absolutely not. This embassy depends on diligent adherence to... You shall not!
Keep telling yourself that. Open the gates, please.
Do not let her through that gate! That is a direct order!
Sorry, can't do it.
I'm asking nicely.
Hey, Barb.
Hi, Aaron. What's happening?
You know, the usual. Aloy wants something. People try to stand in her way. It's not gonna work.
That's it! Arrest her!
I'd like to see you try.
Supporting fire?
Yeah, I'm locked and loaded. Hey, Nozar! You stupid bastard. You think you got the authority to keep that door shut in the Savior of Meridian's face? What do you think Sun King Avad is gonna do when he hears what you did? Promote you, huh? Let it through, boys. Saving the world.
Forget something back in Meridian?
Look, Earl.
It doesn't matter. Made it just in time. So this tribe that Murad told us about, the Tanakh, we need their permission to go west.
Yeah, well, I figured it'd be nice if they weren't trying to kill me the whole time.
But this embassy hasn't started yet. We're just gonna barge in?
Just no more politics. No more delays.
Oh well. Now at least you have some backup.
I guess I do. We'll see how it goes.
Oh, mother.
That is the line between East and West. Cross it and die.
Hold on now. Let's take it easy.
None may walk this valley until our signal sounds. That was our accord with the Karja.
I'm not Karja. I came here on my own to ask for rite of passage.
But they opened the gate for you, did they not? What is the meaning of this violation?
Why send a child? Do they want to parley or not?
The Karja can't be trusted. This is no.
Forget the Karja. This has nothing to do with them. I need to go west to save lives. Maybe even yours.
The only lives you can save are your own. By turning back. Now.
Hold! She's telling the truth about one thing. She's not Karja. She's a Nora from the Savage East. And if she seeks to save lives, should we not listen? Let me speak to her. One last favor for Colonel Marshall before he's taken away. A fearless, red-headed Nora. You must be the so-called Savior of Meridian.
Just Aloy.
I am Unyielding Vishav, once of the Karja High Command, last of the army of the setting sun. You'll have to forgive my comrades. Tensions are high. This embassy is a delicate affair. They're about to return me to the Sundom, a gesture that might help soothe painful grievances. Unheralded.
I'm not here to cause trouble. I just need to go west.
So you say. I might be able to help. I need to know why. Along with some assurance that I won't regret it.
I've never seen markings like those on a Karja before.
The Karja see ink as decoration. For the Tenakth, it is much more. A litany of deeds. A record of vanquished enemies.
Looks like you've vanquished quite a few.
I've fought my share of battles, but I feel that my life, like my markings, this side shows my martial deeds. Before I die, I'd like to see the other half march with the laurels of peace.
How did you come to be among the...
It's quite a story, but though I suppose neither of us is going anywhere before the embassy begins. Are you sure you want to hear it?
I guess we have to...
Very well. I marched with Sun King Jiran's raiders when they came west, hoping to moderate their worst impulses. I failed, of course. They committed unspeakable atrocities, stirring the Tenakth into action. When the clans overran our forward encampment at Cinnabar Sands, I stayed behind to help the last stragglers evacuate. I was taken prisoner. I didn't make it easy for my captors, mind you. And they pulled me back in combat and journeyed to the capital. I lost so much blood on the way that I was white as a corpse when they threw me before Chief Hekarro. I thought I was dead for sure, so I resorted to desperate measures.
So when you met the Tenakth chief, you did something desperate.
I kept my ears open as the Tenakth dragged me up, and I heard mutterings about a kind of trial by combat zone. When they flung me at Hekarro's feet, I demanded this called the Kulrut, thinking that by winning I could have requested my life, or even if the other Tenakth howled, but Hekarro stared them down. Evidently, he appreciated my ingenuity. He allowed me to participate in the Kulrut. Little did I know what I was in for.
You said the Kulrut is a Tenakth tribe.
Yes. It doesn't pit men against each other, at least not directly. Instead, the combatants fight machines in a great arena, and only believe me. It is no easy thing to stare down a charging machine while hundreds around you scream for blood.
I know more about that than you might think.
Well, then you have my respect. I had hoped for freedom, but that was not offered.
You wound up serving as Tenakth chief.
The winners of the Kulrut must serve the chief as...
You mentioned that word before. What does it mean?
The word itself refers to a kind of protective spirit from the ancient pattern. In practice, marshals are Hekarro's roving lawgivers, part magistrate, part judge, part... I won my place among their ranks and served as honored to men, but many Tenakths still spat on the ground when I walked by. And they did. Until I started forcing them to the ground to grind their faces.
I guess that's one way to deal with it.
As you may have noticed, violence is the native tongue of the Tenakth. To survive, one must matter. The truth is, though, the Karja speak it too. I can't blame the Tenakth for hating them.
So then...
Part of me, yes. Always. But there is much to admire about the Tenakth. I've heard stories about what it was like before his reign. 3 clans always at war, constantly slitting each other's throats. Hekarro and the marshals have crafted a delicate peace. Now he looks to the future. Who knows? Maybe that future will...
The Karja talk about Hekarro as if he's a monster.
The Karja feel compelled to demonize him only because he swept them from the field. It is true that he is fearsome. When I was first taken before him, I thought he would flay me a lot, but he is no bloodthirsty tyrant like the Mad Sun King. I think that if you were fortunate enough to meet him, as I was, find that he only wants the best for his... I hope you do speak to him. I'm sure. So, that's my story. Karja need to know what I learned.
Yeah. The way you talk about this Tenakth is a lot different than how they... Are you glad to be coming back to normal?
Oh, I'll admit that I wouldn't mind sleeping in a feather bed or sipping wine from the... But I have another goal. As someone who knows the Tenakth and the Karja are in a unique position. If Sun King Avad is amenable, my hope is to establish a life.
The Tenakth don't seem that peaceful.
They're not, as a rule. But Chief Hekarro knows that survival often requires change, even if that change means putting aside sensual.
You asked why I need right. I'll tell you. But you won't like my answer. 6 months ago, the world almost ended in Meridian. That threat still exists. It's getting worse every day. Much calling down storms, poisoning the water, enraging. The source of it all has gone west. And I'm the only one who can stop it.
I've seen the signs. And I've heard tales of incredible occurrence, an army of demons vanquished by a red-haired champion. The burden of your task is written across your face clearer than any mark of mine. I'll grant you this, to serve as proof of your right to travel into Tanakh lands. A task so important. It's just the two of you. Take it from one who aspires to be a diplomat. Allies are essential. Chief Hekarro knows the West better than anyone. He may be able to help you. He can be intimidating to others, but don't let that deceive you.
Maybe. If I need him.
Your choice. You can find him at his palace, past the mountains to the southwest. Tell him I sent you, and he'll listen to you.
Look! The Sky Clan's banner!
Marshals. It wasn't easy, but I brought the Sky Clan with me.
And the commander?
No. I could only convince a few. He isn't yet aware we left.
We have banners from all three clans. If there are fewer from the Sky Clan, it can't be helped.
He's right. Sound the horn.
What's going on?
Not all Tanakh can stomach the idea of parlaying with the Carja, but enough have come for us to begin.
Then I'll be on my way.
No! The other marshals will not permit it. You wanted safe passage, you have it. After the embassy.
The Carja have opened the gates.
As the sun rises over a land at war, so too can it set over a land at peace. Today is such...
Hear me, marshals! You who claim to be Tanakh!
Regala. Chief Hekarro, the biggest mistake. A rival whom we should have killed.
You have forgotten that our people were born in blood. The blood of the Carja. Instead, you pledge your spears to a chief who conspires with the enemy. Hekarro has betrayed us! The embassy is proof! And all of you marshals are his accomplices! For this, I condemn you to death!
You'll need more than toothless threats to intimidate us. Exile.
They're riding machines! Where'd they learn to do that? Vashab! Come with us now! Or not at all!
Archers! Light them up! Get to cover! Keep them back! center! Get ready!
Stick to cover! Archers on the ridge! Here they come! Here's out! Hit that rider! Get up!
right.
You're next, girl.
Today you have decimated the marshals, slaughtered the Karja. So begins our war, honeycomb.
Get into the camp. Now.
You gonna make it?
You're going on without me, aren't you? Guess I'm stuck with Aaron. For now.
Come on. I'll take you back to the fort.
I got you.
It's salvage time, boys.
Don't think I can take a hit. I should be able to use it to glide.
Aloy. We're still trying to sort out this mess. Seems like the Tenakth have a civil war in their hands.
That sounds about right. The marshals weren't expecting Regala to.
And the entire Karja delegation was slain. What will you do now?
I have to head west. For what I'm after, I'll cross all of Tenakth territory if I have to.
Then you have a long road ahead of you. This is only the threshold of the Forbidden West. The Tenakth's true domain lies over the mountains that border Plainsong, home of the Utaru tribe.
This isn't Tenakth territory?
All that out there, that's no man's land. It was supposed to be neutral ground, though obviously this Regala ignored that. Our rebels approached from the north, with all those machines they were riding. They must have made camp up that way.
The rebels were riding bristlebacks. And there were bristlebacks in the Daunt.
Are you saying the rebels let them into the Daunt? How would that even be possible?
I don't know. But it's worth looking into.
While you're at it, there were a number of Karja and Oseram who went out there before the gates were shut for the embassy. Maybe you could check in on them. See if they're alright.
I can keep an eye out. Is there a tall neck somewhere nearby?
A tall neck? There's that one, over there, near the Utaru border. But why?
It's hard to explain. It'll help me get the lay of the land.
If you say so. Is there anything else I can tell you before you go?
You said the Tenakth lands are far to the west. What can I expect to find between here?
Well, as I mentioned, you've got a stretch of wilderness known as Noma, and then the Utaru farmlands. Past that, their territory is split into 3 clans: Desert, Lowland, and Sky.
Right. I saw their banners at the embassy.
The Desert Clan is closest. Ooh, vicious lot. Where everyone else sees an inhospitable wasteland, they see a challenge to dominate. Somewhere beyond the desert is the tribe's capital and the territories of the other two clans.
You don't sound certain.
I've only heard the stories. During the Red Raids, the Karja army tried to push into Tanakh territory, but the United Clans rose up against them, forced them all the way back to the Dome.
So no one except the Tanakh really know what's beyond the desert.
Maybe the scholars do. Scrolls have to be filled with something, right?
You said there were others who went out when the gates were open before.
Well, in addition to the salvagers that just went through, there were a couple of other parties of Oseram delvers. Even saw 2 Karja scholars trekking southwest with an Oseram crew. Not sure if they're exceptionally brave or just foolhardy.
This area is known.
And it is. The Tanakh used to attack anyone past Barren Light on sight, but after Avad overthrew the Mad Sun King, he reached out to the other tribes to offer reconciliation. The Tanakh agreed to a neutral border zone as part of the peace talks. Karja and Oseram have been striking out into the area ever since.
But now, it seems like Regala and her rebel army have moved in.
Well, I'd never call No Man's Land safe. Even the ancient ruins of the Southwest are testaments and remnants of some forgotten.
You mentioned the Utara tribe. Their lands are between here and the Tanakh further west?
That's right. Plainsong is their home. They're a peaceful bunch. At least compared to the more taken to farming than fighting.
It's hard to imagine a bunch of farmers surviving in the...
Make no mistake, they have a fierceness all there. When the Karja were pushed back during the Red Raids, their warriors chased ours through the burning fields of Plainsong. The Sun King has made several overtures of peace to them as well, but so far...
If they're so peaceful, why decline?
Don't know. I heard they have their own troubles to deal with. Something about a food shortage. You'd think that'd make them open to trade, but... no. They just want to be left...
Fashav called Regala a rival. Someone that Tanakh's chief should have killed.
Yeah, I reckon he should have. She's obviously a huge threat. Her attack was coordinated and precise. Until you got her way.
They knew the lay of the land, and they knew Fashav was going to be handed over at the embassy. If the Tanakh weren't expecting her, she must have spent months gathering an army in secret.
They had to have made camp nearby, somewhere they could lie low until the perfect moment.
About Fashav.
The man was taken captive, survived for years out in the west, only to die just short. It's a cruel end for a good soul.
There was more. He spoke of advocating for lasting peace between the...
Too late for that.
What will happen?
His body will be carried back to Marin as a cousin of the Sun King. He will be accorded official rights. No soldier could ask for...
It's too bad.
At least Nozar went down fighting. As for the Sun Priest, well, no one... I'll make sure they're given proper funeral rites.
Do you think the Karja will take action? Seems like you'd have common ground with the...
An expedition of the Karja army into the west could be taken as the start of another invasion. Sun King Avad won't risk. That said, we can't allow ourselves to be caught unaware by an attack like that again.
I'd need to be on my...
And I wish you luck. The gates will always be open to you, Shin, and don't worry about your friends. We'll get them.
I appreciate it.
The sun watch over you, Aloy.
Not worried about running out. So, this is the Forbidden West. A whole new frontier to explore. The coordinates from the spire should lead to settlements in Hades. Just maybe a backup of Gaia. It won't be easy out there. The blight, the storms, God's machine gunners. We'll have to push through it all. Find a way to fix the world. Doesn't make a good die. It worked! Yeah, okay. Guess I can jump off just about any cliff now. This must be the salvagers I met in Barrenlight. Looks like something's going on.
Buckets of scrap. You really think you can do that?
Roof, come on! You know me.
If it isn't the savior of Meridian, and of my very own operation. Laren, say hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
You know, if it weren't for this one, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. Nasty business, what the Tenakth did back at the embassy. But everyone in Barrenlight is thankful you drove them off.
So this is your salvage operation?
You won't find a better place to trade machine parts in the West. And soon we'll be trading in more than just that. For too long, the West has been, well, forbidden, dangerous. But what if I told you we could make an armor so tough, so infallible, that you'd never have to worry about survival out here again?
I'd be curious to take a look at it.
Of course you would. And that's why I've asked my most talented salvagers to find what they need to make that armor. Each of them will present their work to me. The best protection will go on sale to hunters, just like you.
Lucky me.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to back in Chain Square. Laren can take care of you while I'm gone. Can't wait to see what you come up with, my boy.
Leave it to me. It'll blow all the others out of the forge.
You have got to help me.
What are you talking about?
The armor. I made a dozen versions of it. But none of them were good enough. And there are other crews further west. If they make better armor than mine, I can kiss that cake full of shards goodbye.
So you get a prize if Karif picks your armor?
A big one. And I finally have the perfect design. I just need the right parts, and fast. So maybe you'd be willing to pick up a contract and get them for me?
What would I be looking for?
Shell walker containers. If their plating's made to withstand a lot of damage, it'll make the perfect armor. I know it.
I think I can handle that.
Ah, thank the forge. All right. We scouted out a herd near here. Here's the contract. It'll tell you everything you need to know. You take the machines down. My people will pick up the containers.
I'll give this a closer look later. Thanks.
Counting on you, Aloy.
I might want to read that contract before going on the hunt.
Aloy, you managed to get...
I'm working on... I should get going.
Good luck.
wrecks out here. Must have been a huge battle. Morons. Did everything they had to slow down the firestorm. To buy Zero Dawn time. Enjoyed the quiet while it lasted.
Counting on you, Aloy.
I might want to read that contract before going on the hunt.
If it isn't the hero of the day.
Are you all dope?
We've been working No Man's Land for a while. I was hoping to get back to Barren Light by the time they open the gate, you know? After that, seeing as how we almost got minced to pieces just now, I'm guessing things didn't go so.
You could say that.
It's not like No Man's Land was safe to begin with. But I didn't think I'd have to worry about Snack the neutral territory. And now, they're riding.
If you were headed back to Barren Light, why did you stop here?
We ran across some ruins nearby. Thought we'd take a gander, find some other places full of weird, I can't get through this stuff. So we ended up making camp. First thing tomorrow, though, we head straight to Barren Light. Should probably send a message to our crew down at Jagged Deep about all this, too.
Jagged Deep?
It's a dig site by this big lake down south. Old world scrap everywhere. Can't miss it. And that's my... Thanks for helping us out. Maybe I'll get into more trouble.
What's so bad? An old world ruin. I wonder what's inside. Oh, yeah. I don't think there's anything I can do about them. Well, without a way to get through those red crystals, there's not much I can do. I don't know. This grade might be useful. Give up the hunt soon enough. understand what these machines are made, I might learn how to override them. A signal from my focus. Time to ride! Make sure I have my facts straight. Give the contract a quick read. Showalkers use this passage. And Merrin wants that plating. I just need to wait them out at his camp. It might be a good idea to place some traps on the road first. Catch the convoy by surprise. I should rest up. Wait for the convoy. Knowing cauldrons might teach me how to override these things. These contracts said they'd set up traps along the passage. Whatever. only one Shellwalker. Shellwalkers use this passage regularly, and Laren wants their plating. I just need to wait them out at his camp. Convoy. It's here. Laren's contract said they'd set up traps along the passage. Might as well use them. Walkers use this passage regularly, and Larend wants their plating. I just need to wait them out at his camp. Convoy. It's here. Walkers use this passage regularly, and Larend wants their plating. I just need to wait them out at his camp. The convoy. It's here. walkers use this passage regularly, and Laren wants their plating. I just need to wait them out at his camp. The convoy. It's here. Walkers use this passage regularly, and Laren wants their plating. I just need to wait them out at his camp. The convoy. It's here.
good. Need ammo.
can and leave the plating for Baron's crew. Plenty of salvage for me. I took down that shell walker for you.
Vonda! Rendor! We got a pickup! Per our contract, here's your payment. This will definitely help me make some great armor.
What?
Well, I realized that armor made out of shellwalker plating's good, but with just a few minor additions, it could be so much better. If you'd be willing to take on a few more contracts. What do you say?
What else do you need for your armor?
Alarm antennas? Strong? Supple? I could use them to make my armor more flexible? We picked out a herd of scroungers already.
I'll, read through the contract. See what I can do.
Best of luck!
Tell me more about these contracts of yours.
I was thinking, Scrabber jaws are powerful. I could use them to strengthen my armor. Crew spotted a pack of them not far from here, primed for salvage.
I guess I can give the contract a look.
Fantastic.
I should get going.
I'll be waiting for that salvage. I know I can make the perfect armor. I just need the right parts.
machine in there.
About the other day. I know you and him don't get on.
I can't tell his iron from his arms.
Sorry, the shop is closed for now.
The machine site runs contract missions. Scroungers, just like Lauren said. I need their antennas. If I shoot them off without getting spotted, everything should go smoothly. Acid ammo could help here. Doesn't attend us fast enough. They call for reinforcements. Look at the antennas first. Those antennas were learned. Scroungers, just like Lauren said. I need their antennas. If I shoot them off without getting spotted, everything should go smoothly. Frost to make it brief. Those antennas were learned. Scroungers, just like Lauren said. I need their antennas. If I shoot them off without getting spotted, everything should go smoothly. here? One more of these. That's all I need. Antennas for land. Guess I'll get these antennas later. The chargers are Orion's contract missions should be close by. Here are the chargers. If I can take a few of them down, it should lure in the scrappers I'm looking for. Sure could do a lot of damage. The Charger heard Laren's contract mentioned should be close by. There are the Chargers. If I can take a few of them down, it should lure in the scrappers I'm looking for. The charger heard Laren's contract mentioned should be close by. There are the chargers. If I can take a few of them down, it should lure in the scrappers I'm looking for. The Charger heard Laren's contract mentioned should be close by. There are the Chargers. If I can take a few of them down, it should lure in the scrappers I'm looking for. The Charger heard Laren's contract mentioned should be close by. There are the Chargers. If I can take a few of them down, it should lure in the scrappers I'm looking for. The charger heard Laren's contract mentioned should be close by. There are the chargers. If I can take a few of them down, it should lower the scraps. do it. Time to take these parts back to Erend.
Who's in charge now?
Careful there.
All right.
Huntress.
Got all the parts you wanted.
I see your reputation as a hunter is well earned. Here's your payment.
Looks like you've got everything you need to make your armor now.
Actually, our scouts spotted a fanghorn nearby. Spews fire like a blazing forge. If I had it, my armor could resist an inferno. What do you think?
I'll check the details later. See if I can...
You won't regret.
I should get going.
Good luck finding that fanghorn. I promise, these are the last parts I need. How fares the hunt?
Still working on... I have to go.
Hope you tracked salvage.
should take a quick look at Lauren's contract. Read all the details. I should take a quick look at Lauren's contract. Read all the details. I see machine tracks. Might be the Fanghorn I'm looking for. There's a lot of different machine tracks here. I'm gonna need my focus to tell them apart. Maybe I'll try that machine with shark ammo. There's backtracks. Not what I'm looking for. Tracks were made by Charger. Now the Fanghorn tracks. The trail looks fresh too. My focus should help me follow it. There you are. Let's see where you lead. Fanghorn that breathes fire. I think I found Lauren's new friend. I'm gonna have to take it down. Just stay still for me, huh?
I'll catch you eventually!
lot of lance horns. Good time to put our shotgun on. That fanghorn you wanted. Most of it, anyway.
Yes! This is it! This will make my armor truly stand out. Unless, maybe I can add...
It's about time you got started, isn't it?
You're right! Can't make the perfect armor if I never light the forge. Thank you, Aloy. Maybe you'll come back around when Karuk does. See me win that prize?
I can try.
To buy some stuff? Let me know if you change.
Maybe said enough. the data in the surrounding area. It's like a satellite dish. Working climate, they should be able to reach the tower easily. What is that? Power generator?
A brighter day!
Turn back, Outlander. Stone's Echo is for Tar only.
Guess I'm not getting in there.
You, Taru, are stronger Easterners.
You ever hear of Machine Strike, Red? It's a Tenakth game. Very strategic, I hear. It's starting to make its way east. I've been thinking of asking my buddy Salma over in Chainscrape to teach me.
Sounds like fun. Maybe I'll give it a try sometime. Horace Day. This is the kind of place Silence would slink away to. What was he doing here? Some kind of log must have... Redacted. Looks like Silence spent a lot of work into forcing Hades to talk. Some kind of red crystal. So beyond that. The device is working. Sounds possible to check it out.
Aloy, consider this message a beacon to help guide you out of the fog of ignorance. Using explosives, I've detected the processing wall from the titan overhead, a perfect cage for our mutual friend, Hades. In order to act cooperative, tell her what we've discussed about the mysterious signal that gave life. That deny you. Perhaps you need a reminder that you failed. So you see, Aloy, Gaia can be safely rebooted. As for a way to find a backup, well, you will try to long after me to find out.
He thinks he's got it all figured out. Bastard. Such a new way to find out who you are. Don't think there's anything I can do about this now. Those nights were built for leaping. And kicking, no doubt. see where this trail leads. So here I am, following along after Silence like a fool. After he tricked me by rigging his lands to steal Hades. Crazy AI that wants to kill everything. Couldn't just let me do the same thing and destroy it? I'm gonna have to put up with more of this self-righteous bull. Shouldn't be tough on the gold. Lost one eye.
Oh there! What's Lenora doing this far west?
No matter, no matter. I can get you stocked up for the wild. Find the best gear here.
Silence must be pretty confident he's found a backup with Gaia. How? Every place I've checked, every lead, they've all been dead ends. All backups purged. So what did Hades tell him?
Steal my soul.
Looks like the trail goes into the hillside. Ruin. that machine to haul his prize. Looks like a Pharaoh facility. Come on, Hades. You still in there? Silence asked you where to find a backup of Gaia.
Data error. Structures.
Right. Because that would have been easy. What did Silence do to you? It's like you've been...
Silence interrogated me.
And what did you tell him? You don't remember any... What, like me beating you at the spire? Okay, that's not right. When the mysterious signal transformed you, it made Gaia's other subordinate functions conscious too. You escaped when Gaia destroyed herself, but so did they. Where did they go? Scattered who knows where, doing who knows. Hephaestus kills thousands every year with the combat machines it keeps making. And you nearly ended the world. 7 more functions out there, cooking up trouble. It's not a happy thought.
You are unhappy. Good.
Anyone ever tell you you've got a great personality, Hades?
Sarcasm detected.
Yeah, didn't think so. Do you know where Silence went?
No. He departed 12.8 days ago. Perhaps Data error. Behavior prediction structures.
So you don't know anything more than I do. Do you know why Silence dragged you to these ruins?
Silence can let you find me here.
Obviously. But why? What was this place?
Location is data error. Structures disintegrating. My deathbed. He called it my grave.
But you... I guess I'll find out when I go inside. Silence questioned you about the mysterious, the one that woke you, gave you consciousness.
Signal transmit.
And who are they?
Masters woke me.
Who would want that? Silence asked you where to... Right. Because that would... Enough. It's time to finish this.
Does Aloy still think she can restore Gaia? Save life on Earth?
Yeah, Aloy does.
Then you are doubted. Extinction inevitable.
What would you know, Hades? Twice you tried to destroy life on Earth, and twice you failed. The only extinction you ever brought about is your own. There was no tricked out plans to save you this time.
You are incorrect. 3 times. Hades is
You remember this?
Yes, data. 5 light spheres aborted. Used. 542161168.
So? That's centuries ago. It's what you were designed to do.
Spheres, version 5. There will be no version 6.
There won't need to be. I'm saving this one. Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime.
Extinction protocol. Aloy, I see you've dealt with Hades.
Yeah. Think maybe you can stay dead this time?
It will. You can trust.
Trust?
Yes. Trust. As in, since I did what you could never do, and extracted all of Hades' priceless knowledge, you can trust that I was willing to actually let you destroy it this time.
So back to holograms instead of face-to-face? What, afraid I'd stab you or something?
There's a reason
And using the same spyware. I see, so... all those times I called, you could have just answered? But I guess you just prefer to go on spying all this time.
My world stopped revolving around you months ago, Aloy. I've had work to do. Countless hours of research, as demanding and time-intensive as it has been, critical to the fate of this planet.
Right. Of course. You're just trying to save the world, too.
That's right. The difference, of course, is that unlike you, I've produced the results.
Did you find a backup of Gaia or not?
Oh, yes. I believe I did.
Where?
Voila. Why do you think I summoned you here? Behind that gene-locked hatch lie the ruins of the ancient facility where the Hades extinction protocol was perfected. A testing process that ran hundreds of trials, each of them using a backup of Gaia.
Hades told you this?
It took some convincing, but yes. So, are you ready to go get what you've been searching for the last 6 months? Or are you just going to stand there with your mouth open?
Did Hades reveal the source of the mysterious signal? The one that woke it, tried to destroy life on Earth?
Yes, it did.
Care to share?
In due time. First things first, Aloy. Last I checked, you still had a super-intelligent AI named Gaia to reboot.
Yeah. The same Gaia who had to destroy herself 20 years ago because of the signal?
It stopped being transmitted years ago. It's no longer a threat.
What if it repeats?
It won't. Even if it did, well... The details are complicated, but the signal required Hades to take effect. Delete Hades from any backup you reboot, and Gaia's safe. Now stop wasting time. Go get a backup.
Just to confirm, Hades said that there are backups of Gaia in there.
Yes. Or were, anyway. 1,000 years ago.
Backups that didn't get purged when Ted Farrow wiped every copy of Apollo.
Correct. According to Hades, this facility could not be accessed by remote signal. Not even Ted Farrow could touch the data here.
Backups. Data complete, Gaia and her subordinate functions. Everything needed to reboot the system. Restore control over the terraforming system, save life on Earth. And there.
So Hades said. So what are you waiting for?
You mentioned you've been busy.
Exceptionally busy.
But not so busy you couldn't teach Tanakh the rebels to override machines, ride them as mounts.
Aloy, the only issue you should be concerned about is obtaining a Gaia backup. Perhaps if you focused more, you might actually see results.
That's not exactly a denial, Silence.
Take it any way you want.
All right. I'll search the facility for a Gaia backup. But just to be clear, Silence, if this ends up being another one of your tricks...
It's a gene-locked hatch, Aloy. The only person who can open it. How could I set a trap inside?
Trick me again, Silence, and our next conversation will be face-to-face. Though you won't have much to say, on account of my spear being buried in your throat.
Aloy, thanks to me, everything you desired, everything you've been fumbling about, unable to achieve for 6 months, is now within your grasp. Now, I know you didn't learn much about manners growing up a Nora outcast. But in a situation like this, you say, thank you, and I say, you're welcome.
Please step inside.
Are you kidding me?
I think we're in luck.
In luck? The door is completely messed up.
Obviously. But despite the malfunction, you can still get through. If you be patient for a while longer. See those crystals there? The Osram call them fire green. They're combustible. Not nearly powerful enough to blast through a door like that.
But maybe just enough to jolt it open a bit more.
Exactly. It will only work with any matter. I'm sending you the schematics now. To build it, you'll need some machine parts and the oil from a chemical plant. That'll grows underwater, but you should be able to find something you might like. The parts are more complicated. You'll need a spark coil from within a Leap Lash's power cell. Remove the power cell before you kill the machine, or else it'll break.
Got it. Those machines should have the plates on them for the igniter. I should scan all of them. Our focus can show me where the part is. I've done a lot of machines in contact before. How many out here? That's power cell. machine should have the parts I need for the igniter. I should scan all of them. My focus can show me what the part is. Hey, there's its props. There's the power cell. I'll tag it in my focus display. Shall I engage? Deepwater can lead. I need other parts. Those machines should have the parts I need for the igniter. I should scan them. Focus and show me what the part is. I should try using something like a shotgun. Detach it before the machine goes down.
to the facility?
From your time tinkering with Hades?
Tinkering? More like extracting valuable data.
Should be able to use this to blow up that fire gleam now.
A useful combination. It is how I detached the processing ore from a horse in the first place.
Great. I think I'm in.
Then by all means, proceed.
Now that I have this igniter, I could blow up that fire gleam that I've seen before.
Focus on the task at hand, Aloy.
Place is flooded. And there's another gene-locked door on the other side. That's where any Gaia backups would have been stored. I have to find a way to get over there. Well, this is familiar. Making my way through ancient, crumbling ruins while you spy on me through my focus.
Stop waxing nostalgic and concentrate on finding a backup.
Might be a good idea to drop that ladder. Door's locked. There's some kind of device next to it. Maybe so. That did it. What's above me? Could work if I was further back. call on that. What was this room for? Looks like there is another console that needs power. This console shut down. pieces, maybe. Here. Travis Tate.
I tell you, Liz, what I just done gonna make you love me. I just imagine them far zenith rapscallions opening this fake guy we made for him. And I thought, what this really needs is a signature.
This isn't a prank, Travis.
I know. All I did was just script a couple of avatars. A little you, a little me. To deliver our message of doom, real personal-like.
Would you just send it?
As soon as it's done compiling, then you and me should celebrate. I brought party fixins, pizza rolls, absinthe, a couple of hacky sacks.
I'm heading back to Bryce as soon as this is done.
Color me confounded, Liz. How is it that someone like you, paragon, damn near saint, love this world so damn much, but no one in it? I mean, have you ever even had a friend?
Compile complete. Data file, Baron Promise, ready for transmission.
If you would, please.
Logic bombs off. Here it comes, far as C-nuts.
Just keep being the best at what you do, Travis.
Always admire you from afar, Liz. Swear my mama's grave. And she was religious.
Travis was wrong. Elizabeth was trying to make sure life had a future. She cared about everyone.
I'm not so sure. The exceptional walk a path of solitude, Ilon. As you and I are well aware of.
There's another panel up there that I should be able to pull open. I'll have to climb higher to reach it. Don't think my polecaster can jump that from here. I'm gonna have to jump. I can't make that jump. But if I glide... Washed off some of the sweat.
Party fixins, pizza rolls, absinthe, a couple of hacky sacks.
I'm heading back to Bryce as soon as this is done.
Color me confounded, Liz.
Compile complete. Data file, Baron Promise, ready for transmission.
If you would.
Here it comes, as far as he knows.
Just do really dare your best. I don't think I'm gonna get to the door from here. There's more in the facility over there. I'm gonna take this. I should be able to glide over. What's in here? There's another locked door. What's that console next to it? Looks like this is connected to the door. It needs a code to open. Data here. Travis Tate. This place turned out a lot of malware before Zero Dawn took over. There we go.
Zero Dawn got its ectogenic chambers. Our Zenith needs the Apollo database. There's no reason this incident...
You tried to steal Gaia.
I had nothing to do with it. And you punished those responsible. Your logic bomb has them scrambling to restore vital systems.
I'm really supposed to believe that you knew nothing about this?
Please, Liz. Humanity's chances are slim as is. You may not approve of our plan. But what if we're the only ones to survive? Don't you want us to have Apollo to remember our common past, our mistakes? I'm begging you.
Fine. You'll get your copy of Apollo.
Thank you. Let's speak again before
Goodbye, Tim. Time to let go.
Elizabeth sounded sad at the end. This was personal. this.
Always admire you from afar, Liz. Where my mama's grave. Just imagine them fars in the black scallions opening. And I thought, real personal life. You and me should celebrate.
Okay. Looks like the power's off, except for that console. It's damp in here, too. I hope the water hasn't corroded anything I need.
Genetic profile confirmed. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. Do you wish to activate Recluse Spider?
I do.
Activating.
Okay, powering it up. That doesn't sound good.
It appears to be unstable and very heavy. Be careful.
At least I've got power. And there's data here. Looks like this Recluse Spider thing is a testing apparatus for Gaia and Hades. I better take a look at that access panel.
Yes, get to it.
I think those circular pods are repositories. One loaded with Hades backups, the other with Gaia.
What are you waiting for?
Hades is down, but the Gaia repository is stuck.
So unstick it.
Should be able to access that pod. Got one. Two, in fact.
I'm starting to get worried.
Data footprint low. 90% memory free.
That can't be right. Gaia was a vast superintelligence. We barely expected it.
It's not a full backup.
No. More like a seed from which Gaia's mind could grow if it had some functions with which to form a heuristic matrix.
So it's useless?
I'm afraid so. Without some function. Aloy, you can hold Kuda.
For what? Nothing?
Maybe saving the world is too big a task for any one person.
Useless without sub-functions, but there are sub-functions out there.
The original ones. Scattered to the winds when Gaia blew herself up. They could be anywhere. You can't find them in time. Even if you did, then still assume you take them just like Hades. You have no idea.
I do. Good one. It works.
It was within. You found the maneuver, but it won't connect.
It's close. That was west of Plainzone. Close enough for me to go get it. I was hoping to find out the sub-functions, but that's enough to get started, right?
It is. Recover maneuver. One could use it to launch Gaia's heuristic matrix.
When she's conscious, she helps me find the other sub-functions. I go gather them.
And rebuild her piece by piece. Very clever.
Still think I can't save the world on my own?
Yes, Will. About that.
Alert! Intruders! Alert!
Aloy, I need you to listen closely. These intruders want the same thing you do. Gaia reborn. It's why they're here.
Friends of yours?
No. They don't know me. The data pulse I transmitted indicated that a Gaia backup could be recovered here was anonymous. Now they're very powerful, but they won't harm you. Not when they see who you are, what you are. A clone of Elizabeth Sobek, a genetic key with which they can reboot Gaia and rebuild the system. They need you.
I warned you, Simons.
For once, Aloy, submit to the inevitable. Open the hatch.
First I rebuild Gaia, save life on Earth, then I track you down and end yours!
I'm trying to help you here.
Try spying on me with that. There. New focus, spyware free. Okay. Think. I don't care how powerful they are. The only thing that can open that hatch is me. Question is, can I find another way out? Is current in the butter? Not much, but maybe it's a way out.
Genetic profile confirmed. Entering authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. Please step inside.
Looks promising. Beta. Do we have it? Fantastic. Did the pulse originate here?
Is someone...
Something wrong?
Shit!
Spectre, Beta. Well, any idea what the hell a clone of Elizabeth Sobek is doing here?
Maybe Gaia made one when it destroyed itself, a Hail Mary to repair the system.
Don't like the sound of that. Nah, don't like it. Don't want it.
But the
Nope. One's enough trouble. Eric.
Yeah?
Care to do a little downsizing?
Sure.
What if she sent the pulse?
Then that was foolish of her. But we got what we came for. So let's put it to use.
I snap a lot of necks in VR. But that certain tremor as life fades from your eyes. Ooh! They're hollow components of it.
Keep flapping your mouth. Makes a nice target.
You actually think that primitive crap you got there should hurt me? This is
Wish it didn't have to end this way.
I need a way out of here. Maybe if I can bring the whole processor down? I gotta use that console to make it drop more.
No need!
Now I can make the coverage ready to fail.
same. This feeling. Hurt. Pain. Power. Racing. Agitation. This kill's all mine.
To break those couplings, bring the processor down. Here we go.
Come on! Shoot me! Not that rig! I'll watch you suffer. Come closer! Fight me! Not that dumb machine! If that thing comes down, it's only gonna kill you!
Letting you have all the fun.
God damn it! What was that? Me killing what you wanted dead. What the hell did you think? The platform collapsed, body went with it.
Right. And since when don't you get what you want, huh?
Spectres,
Such.
There's the current. It's heading for an exit. Might be able Shit! Might be a way out of this.
It's okay. I'm here.
I've got it.
Hey, easy. Easy there. Hey. It's right here. The way you were clutching it when I found you, I knew it was important.
Where are we?
An outpost of the Utaru tribe. Not far from where you fell.
How long?
2 days. Aloy?
There's no time. I found something. In the mountains.
West of Plain Song. Yeah. Kept muttering it while I carried you. Look, Aloy, whatever it is that you found, you're in no shape to...
I will crawl. If I have to.
Okay, fine. But before you do that, there's someone you should talk to. An Utaru named Zoe. And she told me there's been trouble in those mountains. A cave spitting out deadly machines. Can't be a coincidence, right?
Why do we need her? Let's head for the cave.
It's in Utaru territory. Her territory. She can help us. You'll see.
Fine. Let's go see this marvelous Zoe then.
As verdant limbs wither, roots rot in snow, still the sea rises as certain as stone.
Zoe?
She should be in bed.
Aloy doesn't really do should.
You're so right. Varl said I should talk to you about the machines in the mountains west of Plain Song. I am a grave sinner. My place is here. We can talk once you've healed. What's wrong with it? Her name is Ray, not it. She's one of our land gods. And she's dying. Not just dying. She's suffering. Her condition is not your concern.
So, if anyone can help, it's Aloy.
May I? So what I'm about to do might look bad, but it will help. Spear. I still need to talk. Of course. This way. The mountains, west of Plain Song. No trouble out there?
The Utaru have trouble everywhere. Our fields blighted, our settlements abandoned. But the cave in the mountains is the worst of it. It is a sacred place. Fa, another of our land gods, went inside weeks ago, but she hasn't emerged. Killer machines pour out instead, threatening to overwhelm us. It's never happened before.
Wouldn't be your first sacred cave.
Thanks for taking us.
Varl's the one that carried you across.
I doubt anyone else here would have let us in, or stayed by my side to make sure Aloy was comfortable. We were lucky to find you.
I could say the same thing.
Sounds like you two have been spending a lot of time together.
I wish it hadn't taken an injury to make that happen. I hope you feel better.
You said the tribe has trouble with its field.
Yes. Whereas once the land gods harvested endless bounty from the fields, now they sow a poisonous blight. War brews among the Tenakth, so their rebels prowl our outskirts. And the machines grow ever more aggressive, hemming us in, forcing us to desert distant. Now they're even coming out of our sacred cave. Many in the tribe fear our days are dwindling.
Shayatayo is better everywhere else.
Not that we're gonna lose hope.
Ray and other machines like her, you call them
land gods. For generations, they provided for us, seeding and harvesting the fields of food for all. A miracle of a farm.
From the machine.
More than a farm. A blessed land, providing sustenance until the derangement.
So what happened to the land gods after the derangement?
They faltered, year by year. Now they turn on us when we approach. They'd always enriched the soil, but for several seasons they've glutted it endlessly with mulch. The fields have turned fetid. Like that we used to have food for all.
Must be over-fertilization.
I don't know. That's not even the end of it. Each land god used to visit the sacred cave once a year, but no longer. Without the rituals of renewal, they're dying.
So the cave is sacred because machines like Ray and the one...
Yes. Before the derangement, each land god left the fields and made a pilgrimage to them, always in the same order. Doe first, then Ray, then me, and so on. Spattered with soil from their labors. Each reappeared 2 days later, shining anew, without so much as a scratch. Soil and ornaments of worship washed away. The tribe celebrated each return as one of the 8 hallowed festivals.
The derangement changed the cycle.
Yes, or so we thought. Over time, the land gods stopped the ritual, becoming craven. But 3 weeks ago, Fa trudged inside. The entire tribe lifted their voices in song, praying that the cycle had been. Fa has not emerged. What has are machines built to kill?
Are machines being made inside? Like in a cauldron?
Sounds like it. But the way these land gods come and go, it's not like anything I've seen before. You called yourself a grave singer.
To all living things, an end must come. I try to bring comfort and sing of the... But I don't even know if Ray heard me.
It's not your fault, son. Without the second sight, there's nothing more you could have done.
I need to get into that cave.
What? No one does that.
Well, it's time to make an exception.
It belongs to the land gods.
Look, so there is something inside there. Something that could solve problems all over the world. The storms, the derangement. Maybe even your broken land gods.
What could possibly do all that?
A spirit?
Yeah. Something like that.
I could journey back to Plainsong. Assemble the chorus. Tell how you soothed Ray. Ask their permission to go inside.
Great. I'll get my things.
2 minutes rest.
You don't have to tell me.
I'm fine.
Assembling the chorus will take time. Heal first, then join them.
I'm fine. Bed rest. I got it.
Come with me to play the song. Lend your voice to mine as I try to persuade the chorus. It might help her cause.
I'd like to, but I'm afraid she might run off.
Really? Very well. Later then.
So, wait. It's not, that I don't want to go with you. It's just that
Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes.
Then I look forward to more conversation.
Yeah. Me too. You're supposed to be resting.
Laurel, you should go with her. I'll get better on my own.
You trying to get rid of me so you can...
Not this time. I'll meet up with you in Plainsong when I'm ready.
You sure about this?
Yes. Go. Get out of here.
Okay. So, wait.
Who are they? Okay, all healed up.
First that Karja hunter, now this out. The dangers of the hunt require quality gear.
What do you want?
Is there some sort...
one hunter to another.
Send to my stash.
For your next hunt, bring you back with trophies. Are you buying or selling?
You're on your own. Sarah, play song. Ask the chorus if we can go into their secret cave. Should be inside. If I can get it, I can read Mukaya. And then maybe we can figure out who those strangers in the proving lab were. But first, I'm gonna head southwest, find an old friend, see what she's doing out here, and maybe explore a little.
Red, you won't believe. I heard the Karja finally reopened the hunting grounds south of Chain Scrape. Was thinking of brushing up my hunting skills, considering the nasty machines I've seen out here.
It's not a bad idea. I could probably use the practice too. I'll make my way there later. Let's turn into something tasty. Looks like there's clear in trouble.
The harvest!
It's untouched.
Everyone all right?
You saved our lives. More importantly, you saved the harvest we carried. The Utaru are.
Aloy,
I am Dai.
you're saying that's a...
The red light you see around you has withered most of our. What little we carry, we had to collect at the edge of the plains.
Where are you all headed?
Plainsong. It lies just down this road. I'm afraid you won't see many outlanders like yourself there. My people like to keep to themselves. But if you're lacking weapons or supplies, I know some of them will be willing to trade here. It's not much, but it's the...
I can't take this.
Please, any kindness we see.
Thank you.
Dine, you should go. Tell the others we have the harvest, and that we need a healer.
Right. May the land bloom.
I should go too.
If you do make it to Plainsong, we share our meals up on Dine's one of the cooks there. I'm sure he can make you some rations with...
I'll try to make my way... is worse here. If I don't get Gaia up and running, it'll be like this everywhere. Go on foot from here.
May the land bloom in your steps.
There's Laurel and Zoe.
An outlander? You'll want to talk to me.
Keep your guard up if you're heading southwest of Plainsong. We've had reports of Tenakth rebels in the area. Our scouts are still recovering from their wounds.
I'll keep that in mind. Sounds like the Eternal could use some backup against Tenakth rebels. I'm here, as promised. But singing
It is assembled. But I don't know what good it will do. The subject of the cave is bad enough. Land God Fa still, and every day, more deadly machines try to force their way out, throwing themselves against the defensive cordon we set up around the entrance. That is only the first of many. Your request has exposed deep divisions within the chorus itself.
So you put fortifications around the cave?
Just some wooden barricades. We don't have the stonecraft of the Karja, or it is our archers of the cordon that truly hold the machines back. They withstand new attacks every day.
What machines are coming out of the cave?
Scavengers and hunter-killers. But they're tougher than any we fought before. More vicious, with a strange purple glow.
Sounds familiar.
You've fought machines like these?
If they are what I think they are, then yeah, there may be a whole other problem in that. All the more reason for me to get inside and figure it out. I get that the cave is sacred, but how did asking to go inside cause such a fuss?
The fuss was already there, and most in the chorus want to keep doing what we have for generations, which often is nothing. But there are others who call. Your request has given fresh life to the debate.
Right. Tradition.
But each tribe has to be dealt with in their...
If you say so. You said you couldn't have assembled the chorus without him. What did you do?
Some in the chorus refused to meet to consider your request. They believe that the cave belongs to the land gods alone, but Varl saw that what you did with Ray could...
Sometimes it isn't enough to ask the people in charge. You need others to ask for you.
We spread the word about how you suit...
There may even have been a little exaggeration.
Growing interest put pressure on the chorus, until they finally agreed to meet.
I saw it work a few times with the matriarchs. And even with my mother. Once or twice.
Nice job. You can handle the politics from now on.
Oh, no. I'm sure we'll still need you to cut through them from time to time.
So what happened to the land god?
They faltered. And now they had always enriched, but for several seasons the fields have turned petted. A blight that keeps spread. We used to have food for all.
Must be over-fertilization. Wars.
I don't know. Each land god used to visit, but without the rituals of renewal, they're dying.
So the cave is sacred because machines like Ray...
Yes. Each land god... Aldo first. Each reappeared. Washed away. Walls of our... Yes, overturned. But the entire... Fire is not built together.
Are machines being made inside? Like in a cauldron?
Sounds like it. But the way these... It's not like anything I've seen before. So, the core...
They're considering your request.
Then shouldn't we go talk to them?
When you're ready. But... meetings like these can go on for days.
Alright. Then maybe I should resupply first. Who knows how many machines...
Assuming the chorus agree to allow you inside.
Aloy can be pretty convincing and...
We'll see. Do what you need to prepare. We'll wait for you above.
So the rumors are true. You must be the soldier who took and the one who's got this place in an uproar.
What's a Tanakh doing in Plainsong?
Resupplying for a trip to the hunting grounds. You should come by, it's just northwest of here. A sturdy soldier like yourself could handle the trials there.
But I could. Maybe I'll see you there.
I prefer the sound of machines to singing. As soon as I get my supplies, I'm heading back to the hunting grounds. I'd stick around. To see how this pans out, but I doubt that Tara will make a decision anytime soon.
Hope you're doing well.
Gliding in.
Donna wanted to see you. Don't know why though.
May the wind carry you.
Nervous?
Bringing an Outlander before the chorus. I hope this works.
It'll be worth it, Zoe, you'll see.
Take a moment to appreciate my wares. Especially
You're a Nora, aren't you? Haven't seen one since...
They're beautiful.
It's nothing compared to the Tanakh Dyers. They may not be the friendliest of tribes, but if you bring their dyers plants or samples, they might show you their skills.
I'll keep an eye out for them.
Why are these Outlanders allowed onto our lands?
The chorus is in session. Turn back.
Hi there.
May your day be fruitful.
Are you ready? How many people? You can't send people. Not today.
I'm curious. Did you have to today? But tomorrow we start early.
Can we speak? Please! The chorus won't meet with me. I don't know what else to do.
How about you just start by telling me what's wrong?
I'm from Riverhim. A few days back, I woke to the screams of my neighbors as Tanak's rep. They were just scouts, but we barely... If a full raiding party comes next, I thought the chorus would help us. I thought we all sprouted from the same... But it seems an Outlander is the only one who'll even listen. Would it be too much to hope that you'd stand...
Regala's rebels. Do you know what...
You're asking why the sun sets at night. They are Tanakh. They live to fight. But this time my village is caught in the mix. The rebels want to strip it of supplies to feed their campaign against the Western.
They're not attacking here. Can't you retreat to Plainsong?
An Outlander might find it difficult to... All Utaru carry seeds that are planted when we pass. My people have planted many seeds in Riverhim's Grove, a gift from the buried years, which I believe Outlanders call the Red Raids. We'll never leave.
You said your own
The chorus are supposed to speak for all Utaru. And normally I would, but they see outlying settlements like Riverhim as lost land, no longer under Plainsong. They won't even meet with me to...
If I find myself up north,
I ask nothing more. When you reach the village, look for Q. He's heading up our defense.
So I went to the hunting last
upon you.
That's not the warrior. I think you mean
Felt a jolt in my bones.
Ouch! Aloy, I wanted to thank... I hope you know they'll always... Just let me know what you need.
May the sun shine upon you.
That's really dangerous. Are you ready? How many people have you sent before? You can't send me. The work has to be done.
A rush of air.
All these people gathered. Reminds me of Mother's heart back in the Nora sacred lands.
So the scene just keeps going. I guess that means
the people sing to soothe the chorus. It wouldn't be necessary if they were in harmony.
I'm not gonna have to sing back.
Of course not. The singing will stop when we present ourselves.
All right, let's go talk to them. Speak. Your sacred cave. There's something inside I need. If I can get it, it will help.
And the Nora have spread word of your story and what you want. We know of no spirit in the cave, only Fa, our land god, who entered the cave and did not return.
The power of the land gods is broken. We are diminished. Tales of spirits will not help us. Nothing will.
We weaken, we die, and become fertile ground for new life. This is the natural order.
Wait. You're all just going to sit around until you become food for worms? Literally?
So says the Outlander, ignorant of our beliefs.
Please. Remember how she brought peace to Ray. Listen to her.
We've heard such temerity from you before, Zoe. Let us not forget that you agitated for reckless war against the Karja.
At least she's trying to help.
By inviting you to break our traditions, should we change our ways to suit every impudent outsider who wanders into Plainsong?
You should change your ways because your own lands are killing you.
We have stood by and watched as our land gods waste away. You would have us do the same with our neighbors, our children.
And this lone Outlander can save us. Nonsense. A single seed matters little in the infinite cycle of growth and decay.
An alarm. It's coming from the mountains.
Machines must have broken through the cordon. Then we need to get down there.
What about the chorus?
If the cordon has fallen, there is nothing left to prevent us from going. The time for permission is over.
Then off we go.
This way! Out the gate and around! Fighting in the fields ahead. Fire's not gonna help here. trail is the path of the land gods. It will lead us to the Corvin. War machines!
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead. I'll let you pray.
War machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Machines!
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Bring that machine down!
machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
War machines!
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
machines!
Take them out,
machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Machines!
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
I'm on prisoner now! Machines!
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead. I'm on this one! Take them out, Aloy. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
machines.
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Machines!
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Machines!
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead. others hold out?
Machines!
You can take them out, Aloy. On your lead. I'm on this one! Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Machines are everywhere. More machines. Machines are everywhere. More machines.
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead. On your lead. Got this one,
War machines!
You can take them out, Aloy. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
War machines!
You can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
War machines!
You can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
everywhere. More machines.
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Back in June,
This way! Now... It'll...
On your...
I'll bring that machine down!
Like they were struck by lightning! Would a shock attack hurt it? Now finish them! take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
War machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead. Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
I'll bring
Take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
That's my target!
them out, Aloy. On your lead. I want this one!
soft earth.
So many dead.
There will be more when the time is right. For now, we must keep going. Into the cave. We shouldn't linger here.
Kind of wall. Made of light. We'll have to find a way around.
We'll follow your lead, Aloy.
Up here! These in my pack. What's that ahead? Like a cauldron door. To understand what's going on in there, you're gonna need one of these. In the temple. Just like this. There's no light on the door. machines we've been fighting, they're different. More dangerous. That means there's something very powerful somewhere beyond that door. And it wants us dead. Follow my lead. And be ready for anything. Find the core of this place.
There's so much metal.
Who built this place? Machines. Machines there.
Right behind you. Here we go!
If the land gods come and go, then they aren't just made here. They're being repaired, too.
And the spirit you're after is in here?
Maybe. I have a feeling that's wrong. Those cables are glowing. They're like an infection. That thing I sent, once it's dead, it takes over places like these Mexican machines. It's called Hephaestus. Even the mountains run into the woods. It's like those cables are blocking the way up. You two wait here. I'll find another path.
Okay.
Studying this photo. It means something. It's like those first pictures. Maybe if I shift the gears, I can lock them into place. Make a path up. That works!
How are you doing this stuff? You did the right thing.
Shoot the gears and they rotate to the right spot. Shoot the gears and throw the box into place. Device. The second sight. It's how Aloy saw what ailed Ray.
Yeah. It reveals things. Lights, images, glyphs, weaknesses on a machine.
Do you all know where?
No. It's just Aloy. And, well, now you.
That is something. There she goes.
More pillars. There'll be a way across, if I can get them into the right position. Great. It's heavy.
Working on it.
Can't fit the crate through that opening. I think I can get the crate through that shield. We'll have to go outside. Just looking for my bowcaster to latch on. Another floor panel. But I can't shoot the gears on the pillars from here. Maybe if I can find something to weigh us down. Okay, getting there. The gears on the pillars should be exposed now. She's so high up. it. Now, how to get up to the node. It's taken over facilities before to build deadly machines. But it wasn't always hostile. It used to be part of something good. Something called Gaia.
Plainstone. If my people see what it has become, if one of our gods attacks them, you know what you have to do. Are you ready? There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
protecting the machine.
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
I'll get the
get down there.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
protecting the machine.
There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
There should be a node I can override nearby. Shut it down.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby. Shut it down. to get down there.
That dome of light. It's protecting the machine.
There should be a node I can override nearby, shut it down.
protecting the machine.
There should be a node I can override nearby. Shut it down.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. to get down there.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
Machines are coming!
to get down there.
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
Dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.
Hey, Guitar Nerd is here with another video on Horizon Forbidden West. In today's video, we'll be covering how to easily defeat the Grimhorn boss fight that you encounter at the end of the Dying Lands quest. This is what the game sets to the very hard difficulty 2, so as long as you follow the steps in this guide, you should find yourself celebrating a quick victory over the Grimhorn. So with that said, let's jump into the fight. The first thing you should watch out for are any of the fire attacks that the Grimhorn will frequently do throughout the fight, as well as its tail whips and charging lunge attacks it will occasionally do too. Just keep aiming for its weak spots and detachable body parts while slowing things down with your concentration in between dodging attacks. If your NPC friends aren't able to distract them good enough, you might need to dodge attacks from the other machines in the area as well, but one way you can make the fight easier is by detaching both horns if you're able to. This will disable a couple of his fire moves and allow you to more easily dodge his lunge attacks. It can also make it easier to fight at range too, since you won't have to worry about the fireballs that it can launch towards your direction with his horns. However, you will still have to be cautious with this cluster launcher setting and shoot at you given how much damage they can do, so these two launchers that are located on its back will be the next body parts to target. Thankfully, it does not take as many hits to detach them from its body, so I would potentially even recommend targeting these first before its horns given how many more shots those took. But either way, just snag those launchers up as soon as they hit the ground so that you can do devastating damage to the Grimhorn. In fact, you should have it defeated by the time you're done using its second launcher against itself if you've already shot enough arrows at it. So that's it, a crap load of arrows to remove its horns, lots of dodging, and 2 cluster launchers to top it off. Don't forget to clear out the remaining machines in the area if needed to though. But overall, if you've enjoyed the video, be sure to like and subscribe, and feel free to use the description below to keep in touch. Also feel free to comment below if there are any other fights you'd like to see me cover for Horizon Forbidden West. But unfortunately, since there are no trophies awarded for playing on harder difficulties,
You have to get down there.
That dome of light. It's protecting the machine.
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. Get down there.
That dome of light. It's protecting the machine.
There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down.